Let's go! Greetings, travelers. Welcome to the 15 by 15 square foot area where we learn more of the mysteries of Flatland BMX and more of the mysteries of God and His will. Seems kind of cringy, seems kind of awkward, but we're going to continue doing it to try and glorify the Lord Jesus Christ anyway. I will say you can learn Flatland on basically any setup. So the frame that I'm running is actually not a Flatland frame. The bars aren't Flatland because, okay, so here's the thing, is that Flatland does have a lot of specific parts that you can buy specifically for Flatland, but the setup that I have right now, the only Flatland parts I actually have are those two pegs in the front. They have grip on them. And I guess that seat right there, but that's just not even a Flatland seat. I just have a tall seat post. This setup I'm running is kind of more of the, I guess, early 90s, maybe somewhat of the 80s kind of setup. Though it's just bigger. The frame's longer. I'm running. By the way, the frame's 20.75. Honestly, I should be running a way smaller frame. I did have a Flatland frame, but the thing was I cracked it. I actually cracked it on stream way early. It was a 18.75. But then I just started just transitioning. I wanted to see, could I just learn things on this normal bike? There is a rider, his name's Matthias Danduwa. He's like one of the top Flatlander guys now in the competitive scene. And he runs a 21, which is crazy. But I think he also is kind of a taller dude, so eventually I think I'm going to go down. But yeah, there are many different parts in Flatland. There's you can get smaller stems. There's different styles of handlebars. Some with less degrees of what's it called? Sweep, less sweep. There's forks that are different that are 0 degree to 32 to I think 34 degree. There's different head tube angle degrees. And what's weird is like, what about BMX is that a little degree, like one little shift in a degree, it actually changes a lot of how a trick feels and how you ride and stuff. So in some ways I think I'm kind of making it harder on myself, but also I don't just ride Flatland. I ride park and street, and I do dirt jumps and stuff. So I kind of wanted a bike that was kind of all around, and I guess that's just kind of the stuff I have at the moment. So we're just using it. So let me get this ice water bottle, put it on the phone so it doesn't overheat on me. Okay. Put the ice water bottle right there. I wonder if anybody else does that. Okay, and then we're going to do a Bible study. We're going to do a Bible study devotional. I know it seems really awkward, right, if you haven't been tuning in. But I think it's good for me. I think it kind of sets aside an actual time where I actually go in and study some scriptures, because I actually have noticed if I don't do this, right, I think in most cases I will. Like in most cases, I think if I didn't do this devotional at all, right, I'd probably just like look at some verses and then just kind of like, you know, that's kind of what I was doing actually before I did this Bible study devotional thing. I kind of just like, you know, just like look at some verses and then kind of just go about my day, right? But the thing is now like I'm starting to like go deeper into like commentaries. I guess what would the word be? I don't know. Just getting deeper into the scriptures and seeing what other people have thought about them. There's many scriptures that I had a particular thought, and I looked deeper into it, and it actually meant some different things than I actually previously thought. So it's kind of interesting and important, I think. So, okay, let's see here. We're going to get into checking the stream real quick. And let's see here. Hopefully it's working. Is the audio working? It's already been 5 minutes. Okay, it is working, I think. Okay, it is working. Okay, so let's get into, I don't know what we're going to get into. Let's just pick a verse and see deeper into it. Yesterday we went into Colossians, and we stumbled upon that one verse about love, right? And we went into 1 Corinthians 13. I was actually looking deeper into that one thing about believeth all things, right? It was kind of interesting. I actually asked some questions too. There was one sermon I guess it wasn't really a sermon, it was a talk. Basically saying something like, we're supposed to have a optimistic mind frame, right? Upon even, no matter who it is, right? We're supposed to have an optimistic mindset, that something like that. But I don't know, it's kind of interesting. There's a lot of different answers to that one. So let's see here. Where are we gonna look at? Might even just. And the thing is there's many times where I'll go over the same scriptures, many times actually. But I think it's good because it also kind of cements the fact that you have those scriptures in your mind, right? Because there's so many of these scriptures I don't remember them by heart. Like this one. To be honest, I don't even think I've looked up a commentary on this one. On Psalms 37 of David. Let's read Psalms 37 of David. This is actually a very, very... I have a lot of things underlined. Maybe we have gone over it. I just don't remember doing a Bible study on it. But there is a pretty interesting verse in it. We'll read Psalms 37, okay? Fret not yourself because of evildoers. Be not envious of wrongdoers, for they will soon fade like the grass and wither like the green herb. Trust in the Lord and do good. Dwell in the land and befriend faithfulness. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart. Commit your way to the Lord. Trust in Him, and He will act. He will bring forth your righteousness as the light, and your justice as the noonday. Be still before the Lord, and wait patiently for Him. Fret not yourself over the one who prospers in his way, over the man who carries out evil devices. Refrain from anger, and forsake wrath. Fret not yourself, it tends only to evil. Fretting. What's the definition? I think fretting is just what? Worrying, right? I think that's generally, fret definition. It's just worrying, right? Fret definition Bible, let's see. Be worried, concerned, anxious, troubled, uneasy. So, what David is saying right here, he says, fret not yourself. It tends only to evil. He's basically saying, don't worry about anything, right? I mean, I don't know. That's what I think when I read that. I'm going to underline that. But I guess that's the thing, is like, in certain aspects, are we to fret? Or is it just in every thing, right? Like, be not worried, concerned, anxious, troubled, or uneasy. It tends only to evil. It's a very hard thing to do, especially if there's confusing situations in your life, right? Okay, anyway, let's continue. For the evildoer shall be cut off, but those who wait for the Lord shall inherit the land. What does that mean? That's so weird. Those who wait for the Lord shall inherit the land. That's a very strange verse, huh? In just a little while the wicked will be no more. Though you look carefully at his place, he will not be there. But the meek shall inherit the land, and delight themselves in abundant peace. The wicked plots against the righteous and gnashes his teeth at him. But the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he sees that his day is coming. The wicked draw the sword and bend their bows to bring down the poor and needy, to slay those whose way is upright. Their sword shall enter their own hearts, and their bows shall be broken. That's an interesting one. Their sword shall enter their own heart. Because there's that, it's kind of, oh, maybe that's why. I met this one dude. Maybe that's why he brought up this there's another thing that people, I think it's in Ephesians 6, right? Where we talk about the sword of the Spirit, right? The sword of the Spirit is the word of God. And I met this one believer, and he said to me, there's this mysterious believer, we're talking about the armor of God. He's like, well, you put S in front of word, it becomes a sword, right? And basically we went into like spells and how spells are like ultimately just words, and at times like we don't actually realize that we're casting spells, right? And sometimes we're under curses of our own internal monologue, or you could be changing your own internal monologue. So that's a very interesting one. And basically he said something, because I think if you do a Bible study on Ephesians 6 of the sword of the Spirit, right, they always say the sword of the Spirit is sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing the marrow, or the heart and the marrow, or something like that, piercing the mind. And it's kind of weird, because that's the weird thing about, the word sword, right? You put S in front of word, it becomes a sword. Like our words can sometimes hurt ourselves, right? And I think it's there's so many scriptures, so many, man, that talk about like our tongue and how we need to control our tongue. And ultimately our tongue is the words that we use, right? And I think a very important thing to do is, for me anyway, is that I think it's good to keep track of your internal monologue when you get super angry, when you get super frustrated, when you get sad, when you get depressed, when you're envious of somebody, when you're jealous, when you want to, it's good to kind of take a step back and be like, wait a minute, what words am I using in my mind, right? Because sometimes, like, words are very, very subtle. They are somewhat like spells, because we are spelling out words, right? And sometimes people don't realize that, they have spells within them, right? And sometimes these spells can, that's what this guy was saying to me. And I for some reason it hit me, right? Because I think if I were to say this to most believers, they'd be like, well, why are you talking about spells, right? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, but the thing is, if you go deeper into spells and like spellcraft and stuff like that, it's generally like utterances of words, right? It's not like you just do like, it's not like you just go, it's like, no, a spell is something that is related to language, right? That's why they call it spelling, right? And I think a spell really becomes a spell when it is in your internal monologue, right? Where you don't read it, right? You're reading it in your own internal monologue, right? Like just saying like right off the top of my head, a very famous verse, like, without looking at anything, right? The wicked flee though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as lions, or something like that, right? You kind of have that already in your mind frame, right? So the thing is that the more of the word of God we get in us, it's more ultimately like more spells that kind of like create our armor of God, right? If that makes any sense. Anyway, let's keep going. But I think, man, it's just good to note it, to re-up on that, right? Okay, let's see here. Where am I? Oh yeah. Their sword shall enter their own heart, and their bows shall be broken. Better is the little that the righteous has than the abundance of many wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but the Lord upholds the righteous. The Lord knows the days of the blameless, and their heritage will remain forever. They are not put to shame. In evil times, in the days of famine, they have abundance. But the wicked will perish. The enemies of the Lord are like glory of the pastures. They vanish like the smoke, they vanish away. The wicked borrows but does not pay back, but the righteous is generous and gives. For those blessed by the Lord shall inherit the land, but those cursed by him shall be cut off. The steps of a man are established by the Lord when he delights in his way. Now, see, that one's a very, very big one right there, right? And that one is just such... There's been so many sermons on this one right here. The steps of a man are established by the Lord when he delights in his way, right? So the thing is the more we delight in God's ultimate, his word, right? His will, right? The more we start seeking first God's kingdom, the more we start getting these words in our mind, right? And start doing, I guess, the will of the Father, right? And what Jesus Christ has taught us and stuff like that. It sounds completely bizarre, right? But he will establish our steps, right? That's kind of like the ultimate. That's like kind of like the key, right there. We need to delight in the Lord's way, right? We need to get deeper into what he's trying to reveal to us, right? And it's kind of weird to think about, right? It's kind of strange, and I did talk about this the other day, but sometimes I wonder, now take this with a really big grain of salt, right? Like, I'm wondering, like, if the Lord is like some sort of like, if he has control over time itself, right? Like what, because, okay, so if I read this right here, the steps of a man are established by the Lord, right? So do you think that the Lord can go into the future and he's ultimately seeing his believers, what they're doing or something like that, and he's kind of treading out a path for you, right, to kind of go down, and it's just so trippy to think about. You're like, what in the world? Like, that's so like mysterious, right? I don't know, and I feel like just now I don't know if this is ultimately the case, right? But I think some believers that watch this, they'd be like, well, why are you doing this, or why do you have these cards or something like that, right? Or why are you riding BMX and stuff, or doing other things? But the thing is I've met these believers that have kind of planted this seed in me, right? That just like that got me more encouraged to get deeper into like seeking first the kingdom of God, right? So like a Christian friend of mine, he's the one that kind of got me into this game, which is completely weird, right? He was the one that kind of got me deeper in here, and then it's just strange because like even like I bring this up, but like even if we were to look at this box right here, right? Like this guy right here. This guy's name's Gideon, right? And what's weird is that I have had this box even before I started really getting into like the Bible, right? I had it since I was like a kid, and the thing about it was that I didn't even know who Gideon was, really. It was so weird that I knew that name from that character at first, right? It's just completely weird, right? And then I reread the Bible, or I read the Bible throughout, the whole Bible. And I'm like, what in the world? That dude's actually a character like that. And then I look up who that dude was, and then it's kind of strange because there's eerie similarities with that character and what the Gideon did in the Bible, and it's just so like, it's like that subtle like kingdom seed, right? Planted in the most mundane areas, right? And just so many other things, even with like the BMX. I used to work at Woodward, right? And I worked with this guy, his name's Dustin Oram, and I worked with him for like 7 months. Like the first day I got to Woodward, man, he was like my second boss or something, right? And he was like the pastor, camp counselor guy, BMX director guy at Woodward at the time. And just being around his aura and just seeing how he operated and how he like spread the word and stuff like that, it really inspired me, and it was really cool, like being getting to like kind of be around that presence, right? Because it was a very rare thing. So some people wonder like, oh, why are you doing this? It's also I was inspired by Dustin, how he went and kind of did things, right? And then what was weird is that I met, there's actually, why I got into Flatland was that there's two, I'm not going to give out the names, but there's two major Flatlanders actually. And what's strange is out of the sea of BMX edits, right? The sea, right? Just think about every single BMX edit you've ever seen, right? These two Flatlanders, oddly enough, they both proclaimed they both proclaim God in their edits, and what's so weird is that they both did the switchfoot stick be no-hander, right? Now you're like, oh, what is that? You know, the thing is that the switchfoot stick be no-hander was the very first trick that got me wanting to learn flatland, right? And it was just so weird. I was like, what is that? Was that just a strange sign for me to like try and learn flatland or something? So I don't know. It kind of got me deeper into trying to learn flatland because of two other flatlanders that were really, you know, that kind of tried to plant some seeds of faith. I thought it was really cool, actually. Okay, let's see here. Let's continue. Okay, where am I at? Oh yeah, the steps of a man are established by the Lord when he delights in his way. So yeah, I'm kind of wondering, like, I'm wondering sometimes, like, can we seek first the kingdom of God even in the mundane? Like, can you seek first the kingdom of God in anything you do? I think that's a very interesting thing as well. Anyway. Though he fall, back to the verse of Psalms 37. Though he fall, he shall not be cast headlong, for the Lord upholds his hand. I have been young and now am old, yet I have not seen the righteous forsaken, or his children begging for bread. He is ever lending generously, and his children become a blessing. Turn away from evil and do good, so shall you dwell forever. For the Lord loves justice, he will not forsake his saints. They are preserved forever, but the children of the wicked shall be cut off. The righteous shall inherit the land and dwell upon it forever. The mouth of the righteous utters wisdom, and his tongue speaks justice. The law of his God is on his heart. His steps do not slip. The wicked watches for the righteous and seeks to put him to death. The Lord will not abandon him to his power or let him be condemned when he is brought to trial. Wait for the Lord and keep his way, and he will exalt you to inherit the land. You will look on when the wicked are cut off. I have seen a wicked, ruthless man spreading himself like a green laurel tree, but he passed away, and behold, he was no more. Though I sought him, he could not be found. Mark the blameless, behold the upright, for there is a future for the man of peace. But transgressors shall altogether be destroyed. The future of the wicked shall be cut off. The salvation of the righteous is from the Lord. He is their stronghold in the time of trouble. In the time of trouble. That's actually a very, very important one right there. He is their stronghold in times of trouble. See, that's the other crazy thing about once we get deeper into like God's will, right? You know, it sounds crazy, but like, imagine right now, right? Anybody that's listening to this, right? Or does listen to this, imagine you just lose everything in your life, right? It sounds ridiculous, right? If we were just to lose everything and all we had was the clothes on our backs, right? What's crazy is like, you could probably go to any, I mean, I don't know about any denomination, but I kind of think you could probably end up going to any denomination. If you knew the word right, you could generally find some help, right? Even if you didn't even know anybody. And it's kind of strange. It's almost like having this giant network of it's kind of like learning a language in some degree, right? But it's just so crazy to think about that, right? Like I don't think there's many other things where if you were to just lose everything, right? And you just go somewhere and you'll just have some people like try and help you out, right? I don't know, it's kind of a interesting thing to think about. And that's actually what kind of got me when I had to go through this thing in Long Beach, right, where I was basically living in my car for 3.5 years, right? It was so weird because of some stuff I had in my younger years, I got in trouble with like the law enforcement stuff, and I had to go to like counseling and therapy and all this stuff for like drugs and alcohol and stuff like that. And the thing about it was so strange because these counselors and stuff, they made me read all these books, and the weird thing is that like all those books that they like, they didn't mention God to me like once. It was so weird. And it was so weird because I had to do this counseling stuff for like so long, and it was so strange because like they would always like switch up the books. Like the next year, like and a year later, there'd be like 20 new other books, and I just get so confused. I'm like, well, what about that book we read? You're just gonna forget about that one that we just read? And I don't know. It's just so strange. It's like this churning cycle of these new things. I don't know. And it was just weird because then like when I started living in my car for like 3.5 years in Long Beach, it seemed like all these things not only from the counseling and therapy stuff that they made me read, but from other things that I read that were supposedly to heal me or something, right? It was like when I was put in that situation, it's so strange because like you think that stuff could maybe heal you or like help you out or something, but then when you get into some, I guess, dire time, maybe not dire times, but just times where I don't know, like it's kind of, I don't know, it's strange, right? I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore, but like it just seems like everything fell away, and then the Word of God became like such a strong foundation because it was like, whoa, man, like you could go anywhere. Like you could probably go, maybe not almost, anywhere where there's like a church or something, right? You could probably get some food, right? Like you could, it's kind of crazy to think about actually. Like no matter, put aside the denominational aspects, right? If you lost everything and you just needed some food or something, right? You could always get some help from other believers in some degree. So it's a strange thing when you kind of experience something like that. I don't even know how to really describe it, but to me it showed me like what really like stayed and what really kind of just like, it was like the whole parable of the foundation, right? The foundation of the house, right? Where like the winds and the storms came, right? And it just knocked everything. And that's what it felt like. All these, I don't know, it's just so weird. It's just so strange, right? And I don't know, it's kept me going. Sounds bizarre, right? But it's kept me going. Okay, let's continue. The Lord helps them and delivers them. He delivers them from the wicked and saves them because they take refuge in Him. So let's read a commentary on delight yourself in the Lord and He will give you the desires of your heart. I think that's a very this is a verse that I think gets taken out of context a lot, because I think the big one, right, is it's the heart, right, the desires of your heart, right? But I guess the deeper we get into the Word and we understand His will, right, our heart changes, right, to align more with what I guess the Lord wants, right? Because I think I think this verse is very confusing on me sometimes too, because I go, well, why am I not getting that, right? Because I want that thing. And sometimes I guess there's that other verse saying, the Lord provides us with all we need or something like that. And sometimes what we want and what we need are completely different, right? And sometimes what we need is sometimes going through a season of hardship so we can grow in different aspects. Okay, let's see here. Psalms 37:4 commentary. Psalms 37:4 commentary. I'm actually curious. I don't think I've really read a commentary on this. I don't know which one. Should we go on Got Questions or should we go on Bible Rev? We'll just go on the Open Bible Hub thing. Okay, this is McLaren's. I don't know who this is. So take these with all these, what I'm about to read with a grain of salt. I don't really know who writes these commentaries, but they're up here, okay? This one says, the secret of tranquility. Tranquility, what does that mean? That means like what? Inner peace or something? Humbleness? Tranquility definition. The quality or state of being calm. Peacefulness. Serenity. Okay, let's see here. Psalms 37:4, the secret of tranquility. I have been young and now I am old, says the writer of this psalm. Its whole tone speaks the ripened wisdom and autumnal calm of age. The dim eyes have seen and survived so much that it seems scarcely worthwhile to be agitated by what ceases so soon. He has known so many bad men blasted in their leafy verdure, and so many languishing good men revived. That old experienced, that, man, this is like very weird. It's like written in an old language, a kind of thing. That old experience doth attain to something of prophetic strain. It's a strange little, what is that, like a haiku or something? Old experience doth attain to something of prophetic strain, and is sure that to trust in the Lord and do good ever brings peace and happiness. Life with its changes has not soured but quieted him. It does not seem to him an endless maze, nor has he learned to despise it. He has learned to see God in all. He learned to see God in it all, and that has cleared its confusion as the movements of the planets, irregular and apparently opposite, when viewed from the earth, are turned into an ordered whole when the sun is taken from the center. What a contrast between the bitter cynicism put in the lips of the sun and the calm, cheerful godliness taught, according to our psalm, by the Father. To Solomon, old age is represented as bringing the melancholy greed, all is vanity. David believes, delight thyself in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Which style of old age is the nobler? What kind of life will lead to each? Now, this is a very confusing commentary. These clauses, which I have ventured to isolate from their context, contain the elements which secure peace even in storms and troubles. I guess we did kind of talk about that, right? That's kind of cool. Peace even in storms and troubles. I think that if we consider them carefully, we shall see that there is well-marked progress in them. They do not cover the same ground by any means, but each of the latter follows the former. Nobody can commit his way unto the Lord who has not begun by delighting in the Lord. Okay, that's another thing. We need to commit our way to the Lord. That's the other thing. So unless we do not commit our way to the Lord, we cannot delight in him. That's what this guy is saying, right? And nobody can rest in the Lord who has not committed his way to the Lord. These three precepts, then, the condensed result of the old man's lifelong experience, open up for our consideration of the secret of tranquility. Let us think of them in order. Wait, how long is this one? Holy Toledo. Oh my goodness. Generally, these are very, very short. This is a super long one for some reason. I don't know. Well, I guess I already started. I guess we're going to finish it, right? Okay. The great reason why life is troubled and restless lies not without, but within. It is not our changing circumstances, but our unregulated desires that rob us of peace. We are feverish not because of the external temperature, but because of the state of our own blood. That does not make any sense, but okay. The very emotion of desire disturbs us. Wishes make us unquiet, and when a whole heart, full of varying, sometimes contradictory longings is boiling within a man, how can he tremble and quiver? How can he but tremble and quiver? One desire unfulfilled is enough to banish tranquility, but how can it survive a dozen dragging different ways? Dude, that's so strange. We were almost just kind of talking about that, right? One desire unfulfilled is enough to banish tranquility, but how can it survive a dozen dragging different ways? A deep lesson lies in that word distraction, which has come to be so closely attached to desires. The lesson that all eager longing tears the heart asunder. Unbridled and varying wishes, then, are the worst enemies of our repose. And still further, they destroy tranquility. by putting us at the mercy of externals. Whatsoever we make necessary for our contentment, we make Lord our happiness. By our eager desire, we give perishable things supreme power over us, and so intertwine our beings with theirs, that the blow which destroys them lets out our lifeblood, and therefore we are ever disturbed by apprehensions and shaken by fears. We tie ourselves to these outward possessions as alpine travelers to their guides, and so, when they slip on the icy slopes, their fall is our death. If we were not eager to stand on giddy top of fortune's rolling wheel, we should not heed its idle whirl. But we let our foolish hearts set our feet there, and thenceforward every lurch of glittering instability threatens to lame or kill us. He who desires fleeting joys is sure to be restless always, and to be disappointed at the last. For even at the best, the heart which depends for peace on the continuance of things subjected to 1,000 accidents can only know quietness by forcibly closing its eyes against the inevitable. And even at the best, such a course must end on whole in failure. I'm not gonna lie, this commentary is not really making much sense, right? But we're gonna finish it off, right? It's kind of interesting how this guy writes, and that's very weird, right? Disappointment is the law for all earthly desires, for appetite increases with indulgence, and as it increases, satisfaction decreases. The food remains the same, but its power to appease hunger diminishes. Possession being indifference, the dose that lulls into delicious dreams today must be doubled tomorrow, if it is to do anything. And there is soon an end of that. Each of your earthly joys fills but a part of your being, and all the other ravenous longings either come shrieking at the gate of the soul's palace. The soul's palace. This dude is a trip, man. This guy's writing style is so crazy, man. It's kind of weird. This Bible one shows a lot of different commentaries, right? But this is like the first one I've read. Like, I don't know why. This is just like the only one I've read of this dude. It's so funny. Okay, let's continue. Where am I at? Either come shrieking at the gate of the soul's palace, like a mob yelling for bread, or are starved into silence. But either way, there is disquiet. And then, if a man has fixed his happiness on anything lower than the stars, less stable than the heavens, less sufficient than God, there does come, sooner or later, a time when it passes from him, or he from it. Do not venture the rich freightage of your happiness in crazy vessels. If you do, be sure that somewhere or other, before your life is ended, the poor frail craft will strike on some black rock rising sheer from the depths, and will grind itself into chips there. If your life twines around any prop but God your strength, be sure that sometime or other the stay to which its tendrils cling will be plucked up, and the poor vine will be lacerated, its clusters crushed, and its sap will bleed out of it. Man, that was gnarly. If then our desires are in their very exercise a disturbance, and in their very fruition prophecy disappointment, and if that certain disappointment is irrevocable and crushing when it comes, what shall we do for rest? Dear brethren, There is but one answer. Delight thyself in the Lord. These eager desires transfer to him. On him let the affections fix and fasten. Make him the end of your longings, the food of your spirits. This is the purest, highest form of religious emotion, when we can say, whom have I but thee? Possessing thee I desire none beside. And this glad longing for God is the cure for all the feverish unrest of desires unfulfilled, as well as the argue fear of loss and sorrow. Quietness fills the soul which delights in the Lord, and its hunger is as blessed as and as peaceful as its satisfaction. Dude, how long is this, bro? This is the longest commentary I have probably read in a very, very long time. For one verse, man, this is gnarly. I could never write something like this. See, I'm not a writer, right? But I could never, I don't think I would ever be able to write something like this. It's just ridiculous. This is just craziness right here. It's very interesting, though. Okay. I wonder when it was written, because I know this style of writing is, I haven't really read a style like this in a long time. Okay, let's see here. Back to the commentary. Think how surely rest comes with delighting in God. For that soul must needs to be calm. No, wait. For that soul must needs be calm, which is freed from the distraction of various desires by the one master attraction. Such a soul is still as the great river above the falls. When all the side currents and dimpling eddies and backwaters are effaced by the attraction that draws every drop in the one direction, or like the same stream as it nears its end, and forgetting how it brawled among rocks and flowers in the mountain glens, flows with a calm and equable motion to its rest in the central sea. Let the current of your being set towards God, then your life will be filled and calmed by one master passion, which unites and stills the soul. For another reason, there will be peace, because in such a case desire and fruition go together. He shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Only do not vulgarize that great promise by making it out to mean that if we will be good, he will give us earthly blessings, which we wish. Sometimes we shall get them, and sometimes not. But our text goes deeper than that. God himself is the heart's desire of those who delight in him, and the blessedness of longing fixed on him is that ever fulfills itself. They who want God have him. Your truest joy is in his fellowship and his grace. If set free from the creatural, that's a strange word, set free from the creatural delights, our wills reach out towards God, as a plant growing in darkness, to the light. Then we shall wish for nothing contrary to him, and the wishes which run parallel to his purposes, and embrace himself as their only good, cannot be vain. The sunshine flows into the opened eye, the breath of life in the expanding lung, so surely, so immediately the fullness of God fulfills the waiting, wishing soul. To delight in God is to possess our delight. Hearts, lift up thy gates, open and raise the narrow, low portals, and the King of glory will stoop to enter. Portals. This is the first time I've ever read anything about the Bible where they put portals, man. What's the definition of portals? Let me read that again. To delight in God is to possess our delight. Heart! Exclamation mark. Lift up thy gates. Open and raise the narrow, low portals, and the King of glory will stoop to enter. What is the definition of portal, right? because when I think of Portal, I think of like an RPG game, right? It's like whoop, just like and there's just like you just go in, and you can get teleported into, a different, it's a portal, right? Like a portal definition. A doorway, gate, or other entrance, especially large and imposing one. Oh, I guess that's not that crazy. For some reason, when I hear about the word portal, I just think of like, some crazy portal from an RPG game, but... Uh-oh, did I just lose my place? Oh my goodness. Okay, dude, how much long... Oh my goodness, bro, this one's so long, dude. I don't even know if I'm gonna read it all. I don't know what I just got myself into, man. This is just ridiculous. I thought it was, like, normally it's like one paragraph. So there's some commentaries that are like 3 sentences. This is like a book or something. I don't even know what this is now. Well, let's continue reading, I guess, right? Once more, the desire after God will bring peace by putting all other wishes in their right place. The counsel in our text does not enjoin the extinction, but the subordination of our other needs and appetites. Seek ye first the kingdom of God. Let that be the dominant desire, which controls and the underlies all the rest. Seek for God in everything. Man, it's so weird. We were just talking about this stuff earlier before I even got into this commentary. Seek for God in everything. That's gnarly. And for everything in God. Only thus will you be able to bridle those cravings, which else tear the heart. The presence of the King awes the crowd into silence. When the full moon is in the nightly sky, it sweeps the heavens bare of flying cloud rack, and all the twinkling stars are lost in the peaceful, solitary splendor. So let delight in God rise in our souls, and lesser lights pale before it do not cease to be, but add their feebleness unnoticed. To its radiance, the more we have our affection set on God, the more shall we enjoy, because we subordinate His gifts, the less too shall we dread their loss. The less be at the mercy of their fluctuations. The capitalist does not think so much of the year's gains as does the needy adventurer. The needy adventurer. I would never ever think I'd ever read a sentence in my life that has the word capitalist and the needy adventurer in the same sentence. That's so hilarious. To whom they make the difference between bankruptcy and competence. If you have God for your enduring substance, you can face all varieties of condition and be calm, saying, give what thou canst. Without thee I am poor, and with thee rich, thou what thou wilt away. The amulet that charms away disquiet lies here. Still thine eager desires, arm thyself against feverish hopes, and shivering fears, and certain disappointment, and cynical contempt of all things. Make sure of fulfilled wishes and abiding joys. Delight thyself in the Lord, and He shall give thee the desires of thine heart. But this is not all. The secret of tranquility is found. Secondly, freedom from the perplexity of choosing our path. Commit thy way unto the Lord, or as the margin says, roll it upon God. Leave to Him the guidance of thy life, and thou shalt be at peace on the road. This is a word for all life, not only for its great occasions, twice or thrice, perhaps in a lifetime. A man's road leads him up to a high dividing point, a watershed, as it were. Hence the rain runs from the one side of the ridge to the Pacific, and from the other to the Atlantic. His whole future may depend on his bearing the least bit to the right hand or to the left, and the slopes below, on either side, are wreathed in mist. Powerless as he is to see before him, he has yet to choose, and his choice determines the rest of his days. Certainly he needs some guidance then, but he needs it not less in the small decisions of every hour. Our histories are made up of a series of trifles, in each of which a separate act of will and choice is involved, looking to the way in which character is made. As coral reefs are built up by a multitude of tiny creatures, whose united laborers are strong enough to breast the ocean, looking to the mysterious way in which the greatest events in our lives have the knack of growing out of the smallest, looking to the power of habit to make any action of the mind most instinctive. It is of far more importance that we should become accustomed to applying this precept of seeking guidance from God to the million trifles than to the 2 or 3 decisions which, at the time making them, we know to be weighty. Depending it that if we have not learned the habit of committing the daily reoccurring monotonous steps to him, we shall find it very, very hard to seek his help when we come to the fork in the road. So this is a command for all life, not only for its turning points. Okay, how much longer is this, bro? Oh my god, holy Toledo, bro. I might have to read this another day, dude. What in the world, bro? This commentary is redonkulous, dude. Is this not just crazy to anybody else? I mean, I don't even know if anybody even watches these things, but this is the longest commentary I've ever read. And it's so weird that it's on the site, because every other commentary, this is the longest commentary I've ever seen on the site. It's so weird. Oh, man, is this like a book or what is this? I don't even know, man. I'm gonna read one more chapter and maybe we'll they don't even put in his chapters, and I don't want to go too far down because I'm gonna lose my place. All right, well, let's keep going, I guess, right? What does it prescribe? First, the subordination, not the extinction of our own inclinations. We must begin by ceasing from self. Not that we are to cast out of consideration of our own wishes. These are an element in every decision, and often are our best helps to the knowledge of our powers and of our duties. But we have to take special care that they never in themselves settle the question. They are second, not first. Thus I will, and therefore thus I decide my wish is enough for a reason, is the language of a tyrant over others, but of a slave to himself. Our first question is to be not, what should I like, but what does God will? If I can by any means discover it, ? Wishes are to be held in subordination to him. Our will is to be master of our passions and desires, and whims, and habits, but to be servant of God. It should silence all our cries, and itself be silent that God may speak, like the lawgiver captain in the wilderness. That's gnarly. The lawgiver captain in the wilderness. It should stand still at the head of ordered rank, ready for the march, but motionless, till the pillars lift from above the sanctuary. Yes, commit thy way unto whom? Conscious? No. Unto duty? No. But unto God, which includes all these lower laws and a whole universe besides. Hold the will in equilibrium, that his finger may incline the balance. Okay. Let's continue. This is gnarly, dude. Is there a stopping point? Oh my god, what did I get into, man? Okay, I think maybe I'm just going to take a screenshot right there so I kind of know, and let's see how much longer this is. Okay, so we got the judgment word up there, okay. Oh, moly, bro. This is all, I guess, man, maybe I'll finish it off tomorrow. Probably finish it off tomorrow. I'm like halfway done. Oh, dude, look at this commentary, man. I took a screenshot so I could see. So, look at this. We read all of that, man. What in the world, bro? Who is this guy? This guy's crazy, man. Look. Mark Twain's exposition. Maybe that's what I should have not... I mean, I guess that was cool to read, right? There were some very interesting things that I was very... surprised. I wasn't thinking that I was actually going to read that. But yeah, look at some of these, like, look at some of these commentaries. They're like, look at this one. It's like a paragraph, right? Like, look at all these other commentaries are like a paragraph. It's so funny, dude. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we'll stop there, right? Because we'll stop there at Captain of the Wilderness, the law-giving captain of the wilderness. So yeah, delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart. Commit your way to the Lord, trust in Him, and He will act. Psalms 37, 4 through 5. That was gnarly, man. That was a very, very gnarly commentary right there. So if you guys want to know where the longest commentary I've ever found, I guess that I'm always going to remember that. The longest commentary I found, I think that was on Open Bible or Bible Hub or something like that. When you go and look up a verse and you put in commentary, that's like one of the first things that pop up besides Bible Ref or Got Questions. That one I think used to be like the main one, right? Because it shows so many different commentaries. But now I'm going to remember that. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart. So far, I have yet to find a commentary longer than that one that I just read like halfway through. Okay, let's see. What are we going to draw today? What are we even going to work on today? I actually kind of wanted to clean... I'm going to clean up that trick, that combo that I did, right? But I think the thing is that... I was getting a little burnt out yesterday, right? Because I just kept doing it over and over and over again. I did land it, but it was sketchy, and now I want to redo it. But the thing is, I think what I should maybe do, because, I think in terms of like a viewer, it's probably really, really boring watching me do the same thing over and over and over and over again, not doing it right, not landing it. So I'm wondering if I should like switch it up, like try it 3 times, do another trick that I don't know how to do 3 times, and then just kind of maybe switching it through like a cycle, right? Like trying to learn, like I wonder if that's a way to learn like new tricks. Like take like 4 tricks you want to learn, right? And then maybe do it like 3 times. If you don't land it, boom, try the other one. 3 times, don't land it, try the other one. 3 times, don't land it, try the other one, right? Or like doing it where it's like 3 times, but if you almost land 1, you get 3 next tries or something like that. I think maybe I might start doing something like that, just to switch it up, right? Because I just feel like that's the thing. Sometimes like I get so like just tunnel vision where I just want to land that trick, right? Or that combo, that it's like I can't really think about anything else to do. But I don't know. One more little shuffle thing. Cut it. Let's see what artwork we're gonna see after that long commentary, man. That was just ridiculous, to be honest. But it was cool. I mean, man, power to that guy. He went in, bro. I don't think I could ever write something that gnarly, right? Like, it was literally a whole, like, book on one verse, or like 2 verses or something. Okay, let's see here. What are we to draw today? Chug this coffee. Okay. Oh wow, there's some people watching. They want to watch the card draw. The first card of the day. Come on. Glimpse the Future. The artwork on Glimpse the Future is really cool. I don't know if it'll focus in, but oh, you know what? Dude, that's so weird that this one has like a portal in it. Because we were just talking about portals in that commentary. But look, it looks like she's going through 3 portals, right? But if you look closer at the portals, it's like her past life or something. Or no, it's like her future life, right? So she's seeing, just that artwork's so crazy, huh? I think it's crazy. So she's like, I don't know what it is. Man, the artwork is so crazy, dude. So look, this is the flavor text on this one. No simple coin toss can solve this riddle. You must think and choose wisely. Let's look at it again. Because this actually reminds me of a Bible verse, and I'll bring it up. Man, that artwork is gnarly, bro. It's just such a weird verse. But yeah, it reminds me of Proverbs 1. Let's see here. To understand a proverb and a saying, the words of the wise and their riddles. Look. Psalms chapter 1:6. Where is it? Oh, it's somewhere. I have to look behind the phone. I can't even see it, but it's somewhere in there. I think it's right there. So, and that's what reminds me of this flavor text on this one. No simple coin toss can solve this riddle. You must think and choose wisely. Archmage. Second card. Angelic Destiny. Third. Devout Invocation. Fourth. Huh. What does that say? Soratami Seer. And remember, we did a study on seers in the Bible. That's why I put this card in here. So seers, from the study that we did, seers are like a different type of prophet. Seers are like visionaries, right? This one has a strange flavor text on it too. Their mirrors show 2 worlds, that which is and that which should be. Huh. Dude, this today has some weird... Today, I'm actually... These cards are very, very strange today. Especially after reading that long commentary. Like, it's like... Dude, it's so... I know it sounds completely bizarre, right? But it's like... It's like, after reading that long commentary, it almost like... It's like giving me this, like this, different, just look into what that guy was even writing about, right? It's so crazy, right? Let's look up, like, a seer seer in the Bible. Seer, Bible definition. Bible meaning. What was a seer in the Bible? A seer is... This song got questions, by the way. I don't know who writes these, so take it with a grain of salt, but I think they do a pretty good job. But let's go to it. A seer is a person who sees. In the Bible, a seer is another name for a prophet. See 1 Samuel 9:9. But more specifically, a seer was a prophet who saw visions, pictures or scenes seen in the mind's eye, in dreams, or even with one's natural eye. God spoke to his people through prophets in different ways, and one way was through visions. Accompanying the ability to see visions, a seer was given insight into what God was saying by these visions. Now I could go into reading the rest of it, but that's what a seer is in the Bible, okay? Very interesting, right? And we'll look at this card again. This card's cool. So, it's so weird that I was like, what in the world? Because I know, like, I actually have yet to see a seer, like, in an RPG game. Has anybody else seen a seer in an RPG game? I don't think I've ever seen a seer class, right, in an RPG game. So, this is the artwork for a seer. Dude, it's so weird. Look at this. So look at this one. We have Glimpse the Future, right? Look. We have Glimpse the Future, and it almost has the same color. But Glimpse the Future, like how it's like watery. Well, I guess it is blue, so... but then look at this one. It almost like if we put those two cards together, like look at that. Like it has that same, that like blue color right there is the same blue color on the other one. You find that weird? Like the same blue color. I mean, I know it's a blue color card, right? So it's like the when you have the blue color, it's like, you know, they generally try to keep it somewhat similar, but like, I just find that a little strange, right? Because it's almost like, dude, that's weird, man. Bro, that's so strange. Look at this card. Look, he has like 3 mirrors or something, and it looks like 3 portals, just like this card. Dude, that's so odd. I don't know, I think that's odd. I've never drawn these cards together like this. It's so weird. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm so curious. What is this next card, right? What is it gonna be? Okay, Forest. Okay, what's this next card? What's it gonna be? Stoneforge Mystic. Okay. Hero of Bladehold. Last card. Ooh. Ethereal Armor. Actually, this is one of the new cards I put in there yesterday. So, you know, like, when I think about the armor of God, I kind of think about the armor of God like this. Like it's like ethereal armor, right? This is the flavor text on this one. Metal is scarce, smiths are pricey, and plate mail is heavy. Yeah, it's a cool card right there. Ethereal armor. Reminds me of the armor of God. Is that the last of it? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah. And that was the hand for today. What a trip, man. Man, these Bible study things are very odd, huh? Am I the only one that finds this just very, very, I don't know. Yeah. I think they're so interesting now. It's like, now it's like weird because like I know it seems very like awkward, cringy. You know, sometimes I even think it's hindering my life, right? But man, like, it's like every time I do them, it's like I feel like I get something out of it. Like I feel like, you know, since I'm devoting this time, right? It's like I feel I'm getting a little bit more out of it than what I normally did do. Because normally, like I said in the beginning, normally what I would do, I wouldn't even say a scripture. Right? I'd just get into writing, right, or something like that. But I'd probably like read a couple verses, right? I'd probably go, okay, read a couple verses. I don't want to look it up, right? I'm just gonna just think about it myself and just kind of go in, right? But now it's just like, it's like weird, man. It's like we're going deep now, man. I don't know. That's what I think. But it'd be crazy. It would be cool to see more people doing it, right? I mean, how crazy would it be? I mean, I'm not saying every believer should do it, right? But I'm just saying, if you had the capabilities, if you have internet access, right? I think if you have internet access, you should be able to at least do it a little bit, or even not even do it as a live stream, but even just record it and then just throw it up on YouTube or something. There's a lot of lore, man, and it's kind of cool. It's like it's cool that there's just so much lore and just so much lore that I haven't really tapped into. So much of it, man. There's so many books that like. The lore just kind of you kind of just like you just kind of run out of lore, man. You kind of get bored, right? But it just seems like how there's so many pastors that have said, you know, this is the well that never runs dry. And it's like, I'm still just utterly shocked that I'm still doing this without, I don't know, it's just so weird, right? It's just very interesting to me. Maybe there's a reason. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, let's get into doing some knee exercises. Let me think. What was I going to work on today? I think I was going to maybe try and land this combo smoother. The only problem with this combo is I have to change out the seat. I mean, it's not that crazy, right? I just have to change out the seat. But because I changed the seat out, I can't do other tricks because I don't have my other seat, and it's like, it would be cool, man, if they made a seat where it didn't break, man. Because I've already broken 2 seats. I mean, that one's about to break on me, but like I don't know how they would. How do you make a seat where it doesn't break, right? How do you make a seat that? Because I think they would have to make it pretty weighty, right? Because look at how bent this is. Look, you can see the rail right here. Look at how messed up that seat is right now. So that one got messed up. My other one started cracking and got messed up. They would have to make a seat somehow where, like, I don't know. It's like weird. Like, I mean, it's so weird. Like I guess the thing why the BMX industry maybe didn't make a seat like this is because they would have to make it heavier, right? They would have to probably. How would you change that, right? You would have to probably put a crossbar right here, right? A crossbar, and you might have to like beef up these rails or something. And then the thing about it is you'd have to have it plastic, so it's like even if they beefed up the rails, it's not going to last forever, right? Because especially because what I'm also doing is I'm doing this on like smooth surface, right? But like imagine doing this out on an asphalt, right? Or like on crazy cement. It would literally eat this seat up, and this seat already is going to eat up. Like You can actually see where I've just been hitting it so many times. I'm surprised it hasn't cracked yet. So the one thing I do think why this one hasn't cracked is because of how thin it is. Look at how thin this is, right? But I'm wondering, like, since it's so thin, there's not much like flex, right? Or maybe there's more flex, and maybe that's making it not crack good. So yeah. So word of warning: if you're trying to learn this trick that I've been trying to do, it will mess up your seats. So don't do it on a seat that you like. You know. Luckily, these are all from just like this. This seat actually is from that road bike. Yeah. It was from that road bike right there, and I just stripped the seat off, which is kind of crazy because back in the day, what I did, it was the Chase Dr. Eddie Cleveland seat, and I remember there used to be this BMX forum, and somebody, I think it was Chase and Eddie, they used to strip their seats and then reupholster the leather on top, and that's what I had. Actually, I think I have that seat somewhere still. But that seat was gnarly. It was like this race-looking seat. The Fit Bike Co. Eddie Cleveland Chase Dr. seat was gnarly. Okay. Man, it's already 4 o'clock. How long is that? Was that like a 2-hour study, bro? Okay, no, it was an hour. Holy moly. I was about to say, bro, was that 2 hours? It was an hour long, man. Here, I'll be right back. I'll be back. That was crazy. Great. Okay, let's do this. Actually, I need to get some water, bro. Oh, yummy. Water, 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 water. Okay, let's do some knee stretches, I guess. Okay, let's do some knee exercises. Pumped up, I guess. Still looks like tight feeling. Just cursed, so apologies for that. Oh dang, what happened to my other armor piece? funky chicken tail whips. That one I think is going to take a very, very long time. Because the funky chicken tail whip, you have to like stall it out. And it's like, I don't know how they're doing it, man. Like, how Peter does it. Who's that guy? Yeah, I think it was Peter or was it Thomas? It was Thomas, I think. He's the only one with a clip. So if you guys are out there, any flatliner out there that can do a funky chicken tail whip, make a how-to, man, because there's no how-to on how to do that trick. I guess we can watch this since I already put it out.
All agents do this. A great real estate agent is more than a door opener. That's why our website lets you browse ratings and reviews of Century 21 agents. So you can find your.
Hi, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good, man. Sorry I haven't looked at the chat. It's a little hard to look at the chat. I have this little phone.
I actually run around a little bit today. I was just doing a couple tricks, and brain zaps are a little bit less severe, still existing. But today's
get this
main
to there.
focus is escaping with Lucas. He just started an YouTube channel. I finally pointed at him. It took way too long. So yeah, I'm just gonna let him do his thing. I'm not really gonna direct him at all. Just let him skate. I'm just gonna film it, and you can decide from this video whether you want to go subscribe to the channel. I think you are. He also got second in TFAM, which is like the hardest contest ever. So that's kind of exciting. I think the first thing we can do is you just zip around and just land as many tricks as you can just right out the gate. It's like no practicing the line, just start landing stuff, and I'll just follow you. I'm pretty confident he's already gonna be flipping into stuff. That's just kind of how he skates. Like kickflip no slides and stuff like that are pretty much his slapping crooks. They just right out the gate they work. You know, so riding the board size. That's 825, right? You normally ride 8. Yeah, I think it's a little slow, but I'm gonna get used to it. Yeah, that's like the trade-off with the bigger board. Like it feels almost safer to skate if you have more to land on. It's just getting used to the adjustment of flipping.
Okie dokie.
Any other skate park you'd be riding away. That is 100% how slick this ground is. Are you riding the Dragon Formula? No, I was. I tried it yesterday. This is the park to really use those. It lets you like rip like better. I like that you figuring out how to flip a bigger board is flipping out of a crooked grind. Like you're not doing a straight 8 or anything. You're like, oh, that's a guide level. You get that one kicks slower? Yeah. Way more comfortable to get an 8-10. Yeah. I also like the point out that you're wearing all black on like the hottest day ever. I can't own this skate. Really? Yeah, he's gonna celebrate Dink a lot while skating. Alright, fucking Lucas Cash, got it. That was sick! So sick. I like it when you don't land a trick absolutely perfect, because I feel like some of your tricks are perfect. It's nice to get a little sketch every now and again. Not that that was even sketch, you just called it a little early. Yeah, literally no one can cover most ever skated that. Not even straight out ledge.
Getting better at those kind of.
Shit on this thing. It's because it's tall, and it gets taller real quick, so like you can stack it at the halfway point, and the ledge is only what, like 6 feet long. I would've settled for no sliding a lot. Not a good. Did you change your truck size too? No. Same truck size? So your trucks are slightly smaller than your board. Yeah, I'm throwing me off there. bigger boards, once you get used to the tray flip, is the best kind of board to tray flip. You never overflip it, it's more consistent. You got kick the back tail on the beam large first try. That's it. Oh, is that the one style? Oh, it feels like punch. I said punch. You know what I meant. You know what tricks out of this rail's kind of tough just because it's so short. So you gotta like crawl at it, but then it's not super low. Regardless, still one of my favorite down rails. Probably like a really good rail to learn how to flip in. Okay, here's the wheel, get the under rail. Do a smithy on the crossing down. Here we go. Lucas says he doesn't do back once. Alright, he wants to do switch frontside big spin forward slide 270 out on this rail, so he's just going to do the building blocks of the trick first.
Oh yeah, that's what I was trying. Whiplash.
I'll get you out of this.
Whiplash to elbow glide to fire hydrant. Or to windshield wiper to fire hydrant.
Okay. Yeah, take your time, dude. You keep doing these. He was like, I don't know why I keep getting out of round. It's like, well, if you land a trick, you just keep going. You're wearing all black. It's 1,000 degrees. There's no shade in this part.
Here's my other, because I have really bad
Allergies, yeah, and the air in LA sucks.
Woo.
Yeah, I have trouble when I go to El Sereno. I have trouble breathing. If you land it first try, I'll buy your lunch. You could have been balls deep and cheap ass schoolers right now, but now we gotta wait one try. Did you try and grip right there? I did. God, that's a ledge trick from half flip. Not a lot of people do that on rails. I think he said he's gonna try big spin from 4270, basically the Chris Troy.
Huh, I wonder if I did it bars big.
It looked like he missed pop and then it just sucked up to his feet late.
I think that would be better actually.
Oh yeah, do that. Do back 180 on that. That'd be sick. I just like hitting up skid sled. Don't skates it.
So, it is a new truck. So, you're doing in a new truck. I have like this little machine that I sand it down. Okay, ink paint.
Oh yeah,
So, I
yeah.
have more like ink paint, like clears, you know?
Yeah, so it won't catch. Yeah, when I used to ride for this skate park in Maryland, they had like some sort of sander that's for snowboarding. I don't know what it was for. I don't snowboard. But I would sand down my kick head like that. Or at least the front corner of my nut. Super did. I've never seen a front curve rail. Is that a secret weakness?
Nice. But I just do every day. It's just the one without light.
Yeah.
And then I feel like I did a lot of tricks that I did a few times, but I didn't like doing, so I just stopped.
See, it's moved on. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same way. I used to be laser slip back nose one all the time. And I'm just like, I don't like this. Actually, I legitimately would not like doing that. We gotta see at least one front curve 2 times on the platform. We need one attempt.
Oh my god.
You got it. Don't be scared. Yeah, you're tripping, dude. That was fine. You got back 5 over across the whole room? You're back 5 over. Oh, man. Like, I see people sit on the back 5-0s all day, and I get it. Like, it's a feeble pinch, but you don't set the truck down. I get you scared. See, that's why that trick scares me. He has this wrist issue where whenever he hurts his wrist, he says it's like one minute of super excruciating pain, and then it just goes away. Did you, like, break your wrist before or something?
Actually, yeah, I did it on 160.
Oh, yeah, you're trying that trick that I know about. Did you ever get it?
No.
You going back for it?
No, I want to go back, but for...
A different trick. Do you have the trick I know about. Okay, now you're scared. Now you're in my world. I like bringing people down to my level. I don't care how you are. You come out with me, I'm gonna ruin your skateboarding. No, you're gonna do it right here. My channel's not about people doing their best tricks. It's about you watching them squirt all the tricks that they never do. So good. Can you imagine? Oh, yeah. Wow. Ow. So hot, everyone stop skating. It's just me here, trying to breathe. Okay, we just sat and talked about anxiety and other things like that for about 30 minutes. He just sat down. Let's see, what do you do first try? If you did it first try, I would just start watching you fall on that back 5-0 to make me feel better about myself. He's like almost on it every try. Just think about that for a second. In order to come that close every try, that means that straight flip lift has to be autopilot super easy, and the only thing that's probably to lose that is the big spin out. A straight flip lift just happens when he jumps. Like he hasn't not come close yet. I mean, I know you're not gonna take that, but I would be like cheering. I would be calling mom. Jesus. I'm just trying to think of a way to exploit how good you are at tray flip lift. You think you can do tray flip lift, tray flip lift? No push. Okay. That was also first try. We're going over here. Oh, please be tray flip lift. First try. His board was backwards when he did that.
Kind of just messing around.
He doesn't really do them, but
Doing all the tricks I kind of not really know how to do.
I think his logic is like, oh, dang, a hurricane, I can hurricane. But yeah, hit the channel. Link will be in the description. Can you do me a favor and do a trick tutorial on how to cook knowledge flip?
Yes, definitely.
Because I want that trick so bad. I've only done it popping over on a round flat bar. I can't even begin to rotate it on a leg or anything like that. But yeah, no, thanks for skating. Definitely check out his channel. Like, that's him not feeling good. Imagine what he can do when he's actually feeling good. Alright, I might.
Sling, now he straight.
Okay, let's see if we can get that combo better today. Right now. I was actually thinking I could try and do it from a generator. I think if I do a generator bars big, I might be able to get into it because I could use my brake. I was like looking at that, so I'm gonna see if it makes it easier at all. I hope I didn't just circle this. Okay, let's see if we can use a brake with a generator. Oh, see, I think that's the way to do it. Into it. I think it is doable to get into it from a generator. Because I was trying to do it with a bar small generator and then going into the upside down stall. But I can't use this brake right here. So I think if I do it with the bars big, and push it down. Like that. Messed up. I wonder if that's doable. I think I might be able to. I think that's the way to learn it. It just feels so much different. doable. I don't know. It's a lot harder. Oh, that's kind of scary. That's what I'd have to learn. I think that's doable, actually. But I'm not going out of it or small when I get out of it. See, if I learn the gyrator way, that's going to open up so many combos. That's why I want to learn it from the gyrator, because there's so many combos you can do from the gyrator. Why is it so hot today? It's temperature today. Okay, let's try and get this clip. I'm gonna try and learn the gyrator ride-in because, oh dude, I could do the I could do the tail whip into the gyrator. Yeah, we gotta learn the gyrator, bro. So, okay, so this is, I gotta learn the gyrator ride-in because the way the other ride-in's cool, but there's so many combos in the gyrator. So like, if I learn the gyrator ride-in, it will ultimately be the way to go. I need to learn it bars big too, so. So that's what we're gonna try and do today. It's weird because the other way I was trying to learn it is I do it this way, right? and I bring the bar small, and then I catch it like that and bring it down, right? But this one, I have to learn it on this side of the bike. So I'm doing it like this. I'm doing it this way, bringing it over, bringing it like that, and having to push it down. I'm just gonna walk into it. It's so weird. Dude, I found the combo, bro. This is the combo. This is the ultimate combo I'm trying to learn. All right, here. Ah! It's kind of harder to get out of. I might as well just like do it until I learn it, right? I need to figure out how my cranks are supposed to be. Like, I don't know if I should do it with my cranks like this or my cranks like that, right? I should have my cranks like that, I think. But I don't know if I can get under my pedal right here. I should be able to, right? Oh, it almost catches like it catches. That's not good. I'm gonna have to do it over here. Like that. But then if I get into it, I'm gonna have to reverse my cranks when I get upside down. Because if I do it like this, I can almost push it. I don't know, maybe I should do it like that. I don't know. Maybe I might be able to do it like that. Maybe like that. Maybe. I've never done it this way. It's so weird. so weird. It's like I have to relearn it all over again. I think my seat is dropping out. It did. Felt it. This is the problem now. I think my seat post is getting messed up. It's like dropping down on me. So I've never seen anybody do it from a gyrator with their bars big. I did see somebody get into this from a gyrator with the bars small. But if I do it with the bars small, I don't think I could. I don't think I do the tail up in the beginning. Not the upside down tail up, but the other tail up. Let's see what I'm doing. Let's see here. Oh, it's doable. I think it's doable. It looks better actually, if I do it that way.
San Francisco graffiti part.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was crazy. Man, I am sweating so hard. Hot in here. Okay. Let's continue. I'm kind of tired today. I don't know why. I don't know if I should like. The problem, see, now I'm having an issue because like the problem with this ride-in is I haven't seen anybody do this ride-in, so I don't know if I'm just like wasting my time or if this ride-in's actually a ride-in because I don't know if this is actually doable. I think it's doable, but I don't know actually. I'm not sure. I guess we'll just keep practicing it, right? Just walk into it. I need to just practice this hand switch. But it's so weird, like getting over, right? I mean, maybe if I even just grab it over here, or no, maybe I should. It's so weird grabbing it like that. Oh, I almost actually did it right there. That's weird. Seems very like abrupt. Maybe there's a different way I could do it. I mean, I could maybe try it this way. Like, I could maybe try. Okay, that's what I was going to do. That's what I was actually thinking about. Foot jam, tail whip. Into that one. Oh wait, no. I have to do fire hydrant. Fire hydrant into it. Let's just see if we can get a smoother one today, and then maybe I'll think about and then maybe I'll try the other ride-ins. See, it's so much easier that way because it's like I don't know, you're just doing it right. So like I'm just so used to it now. I should have learned it the gyrator way. See, the gyrator way is like relearning it, but switch. Oh, it's so weird. Maybe I shouldn't even learn it this way. Maybe I should just learn it the gyrator way. I don't know. I'm like confused. Is that kind of like the gyrator way? Because I'm doing a scuff in the beginning, right? And I'm ending it with a scuff, right? It's so much weirder doing it this way. I mean, maybe I could just drop it down. It should just be that easy, right? It's really weird. Darn it. I guess that's another hard thing about the gyrator way. I have to wait until this crank is in the right position. Whereas that one that I'm getting into, the crank's already in the right position. I don't have to really worry about it. But if I learn it this way, it'll make the tail up in the beginning easier, right? Because ultimately, yeah. So I probably should learn it this way. I don't know if it's doable. Oh, it's so weird. I'm having to grab it differently. It's like relearning this all over again. Okay, maybe if I just stall it out like that a little bit. Okay, I think it's doable. I just gotta like commit to it. I need to tighten this up. Just kind of sucks. It feels like I have to relearn the trick. If anybody has any tips on how to do this, I'd love to hear them. It's very weird. This one's very strange. This one seems way harder than the one that I've been trying to learn. And my seat keeps going down. I don't know why. This is not good. Not good. You having to adjust my seat post. Slamming it down so many times. Hopefully I'm going to straighten this out. So we're learning bars big gyrator, regular gyrator into the upside down stall. And I have never done one yet, so if I get into it, I'm going to be really stoked today. We're going to learn it just walking into it. And if I get into one, then I'll start not walking into it, but I'm just going to walk into it until I get into one. See, the thing is, I saw somebody do it, and they did it like this, right? But the thing is, I want to do a tail whip in the beginning of it, right? I wonder if there's a reason why they did it bar small, right? Why did they do it bar small? I don't understand. I don't know why. But they did it bar small, like this. But the problem is that I can't use the back brake, right? Because my back brake's over here. And the thing about the one that I was learning is that I'm using my back brake to stop it and stall it out, right? So I was thinking, well, what if I just do it bars big? I do it bars big and I stall it out and then flip it over, right? I think that's what I'm gonna try. It's so weird. I see you get like comfortable with this trade off. That's what I need a lot. Just like, okay, maybe if I tape this, I'm gonna do some highlighter tape on it, just so I could see that peg. So like, maybe I should do it like grabbing the tire and then grabbing the peg, because that's how I do it the other way. I don't know. Maybe down like this. The only problem too is I keep. Maybe that's why you did a bar small. Is because when you do a bar small, you're not hitting this with your foot. So that's another issue. You kind of have to have your foot out a little bit, otherwise you're going to smash this, right? Okay, I think I can get into it. You kind of have to like lift up and like. It's kind of weird. You have to like shift your body weight over on the side, and then like lift up and try and look over it, I think. Oh, darn, I missed it. I have to time it with the cranks. That's the hard part. Okay, so ultimately, we're going to do foot jam tail whip. Gyrator. Upside down. Tail whip. To the dump truck bar, half bar spin, dump truck half bar spin stick weed. Kind of gnarly combo. Hopefully I can get it closer. Oh, thanks, dude. Trying to figure this out. This is gonna take a while, man. I can already tell it's just gonna take a long time. And I need to delete. Oh my goodness, I have 30 minutes up on there? What in the world? Delete that. Delete this. Select, delete this one. Albums recently deleted. Let's see here. I just gotta keep grinding it out, man. There's like no other way. There's no other way of getting out of this one. I just gotta grind it out until I learn it. I think I'm gonna put some music on. Wait, I'll be right back. Some music going. Let's just try and, actually, you know what, I don't even need this thing. Let's just put the music on here. And if I get into one, because I'm just going to walk into it and see if I can learn it first. I'll get deeper into it. The only problem is I'm like, I'm kind of tired of all this music I've been listening to, huh? I need a bunch of new copyright-free music. Let's listen to this, I guess. While we learn this maneuver with this ride-in, just gonna walk into it until I can start learning, until I can start doing it. And then once I start doing it, I'm gonna start filming it. I wonder if I can just walk into it. Let's see if I can just walk into it, right? Oh, you can just walk into it. Okay, maybe that's what I can learn. Oh, yeah, I can't. I guess you kind of need that momentum, huh? Yeah, I don't know if you can really walk into that. Yes, you can. No, actually. Master it. so hard. Way harder than the other one. I'm like almost kind of wondering if it's even doable. I haven't gotten into it once. Has to be doable. Gosh, why is it so hard? Why is it so hard? Oh, that was almost it. It's doable. I just gotta learn it. Ah! It's almost there. Watch, I'm gonna learn it. This is gonna open up a lot of combos. If I can master it. Oh dang. Somebody's watching, somebody's commenting. Normally I don't get anybody seeing anything. Oh, here, let me, here, sorry, my chat's a little weird. I'm doing this on a phone, so I have to kind of like open this up. Let's see here. At first, I didn't quite get the appeal of health and fitness streams, but after watching some, I discovered it's quite fascinating to watch someone grinding or showing their abilities. Nephilim Death, Flatland definitely difficult. Yep, it's that difficult. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I've been after this combo, or this is a new variation of the combo. I landed the combo yesterday. Here, I'll show you this is the first ride in. I'm just trying to learn a different ride-in because there's a... So I'm trying to learn a different ride-in because there's more combos I could do with this ride-in I'm trying to learn. The combo, the ride-in that I was doing for it was this one. I landed it yesterday. It's on my highlights, but this ride-in's way easier because you just get into it right away. The only problem is that I can't do combos before it, right? Because I'm not stuffing into it. But this is how I got into it yesterday. So you get into it like, you know, like that. Let me get into one. Like get into it. It's just way easier. Oh, darn. That's the other problem I'm facing right now. My seat post keeps getting slammed down. So it's like, this trick is really not easy on your bike. It like destroys parts, so I'm having to always adjust this thing because it keeps getting slammed down or like. But yeah, the other ride-in I'm doing is there's so many combos, man. This one, it's kind of like you just get into it, right? And I mean, you can still combo into it, but it's harder. Or it's just, I don't know, you can't scuff and combo into it. I mean, I guess this one's kind of hard to get into too, but I landed it yesterday, so it is still kind of difficult, but the other one's harder to get into. I guess this one is kind of... I haven't done one today, so... There we go. Alright. Then we do a tail whip. Tail whip. Into dump truck. Into switch up stick beat. So that was that ride-in, but that way. The ride-in I want to do is this right here. Start off with a tail whip into this one. Right here. Into drop. That's the hard part right here. Into dropping it down. Into upside down tail whip. Into bars big dump truck. And then dump truck into half bar. Oh, I'm gonna have to learn that too. Half bar spin dump truck. You just switch with stick beat and then land it. That's a gnarly combo. I already know that this combo is going to be like, it might be like a month. Might take me like a month. Maybe not a month. I think maybe, I guess it depends on how much I work on it, right? Yeah. You'll get it. Thanks, dude. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to learn. Other than that, I do other stuff too. It's just, this is kind of more learning tricks, right? So like other stuff like, they can already hand other stuff, right? slid out. Can't land anything today. Is this copyright free? Pretty sure it is. Hopefully it's copyright free. Yes, it is. Sweet, I'll listen to it, so. I ride street, but it's pouring down today, for sure. Yeah. I used to ride street too. Well, I still do ride street. The thing is, like, I partially tore my ACL. I'm doing a 180 on a spine, and it really sucks. You know, I was supposed to actually get surgery. Well, some people told me I should get surgery. Some people told me I shouldn't get surgery, right? And then they were like, "Well, you're gonna be out for 6 to 9 months, right?" And then I was like, 6 to 9 months, I can't ride. What in the world, bro? Like, so what I ended up having to do is I kind of just got deeper into flatland. Because if you go to my Instagram page, like my riding's like way different. Before I got hurt, right? So I'm basically just riding flatland because I just want to ride as long as possible without getting surgery. I think I have one more good fall on this knee before I totally just snap all the rest of my ACL. So, yeah. I mean, I kind of think I'd like to think of it as a blessing in disguise. I know it sounds not like a blessing in disguise, but I feel like if I never got this knee injury, I would have never started riding flatland. So, I mean, it totally just changed my entire riding outlook, man. It was gnarly. Like, it really changed my riding, so. Now, let me put my other seat on. This seat's just for that upside down trick. My main seat right here is for my other stuff. But yeah, I used to be like pegless, straight cable, because I grew up racing, right? So like, I used to be like pegless, straight cable, not running any pegs at all, like. And then now look at me, I'm like I'm like gyro, front brake, back brake. Like, it's crazy now, man. I just went all out now. Ah, come on. This is my main seat. I don't do the upside down trick on this seat because I'm just going to destroy it. But yeah, I guess the other thing is I can't stream outside of my house. So that's another thing why I'm running flat so much too, is because when I started streaming, I actually wanted to stream at the skate park. But I don't have the right internet to do it out there, so that's the other thing. Oh, darn it. Wait, is this on copyright? I have to make sure that all this music's not on copyright. It's on copyright? I think it might be. Darn it, I think it is. Where is copyright-free music? This is ridiculous. Come on. Now let me go into different mode. I'm in non-crank flip mode. Normally I do a lot of crank flips, so I have a lot of mods on my bike. So I'm going to go into crank flip mode. And non-crank flip mode is not having this flange in here. So if you're doing tail whips, having a flange right there really helps. So kind of like a mountain biking trick. A bunch of mountain bikers do that. A lot of, I think even Logan Martin, I think he does that too. Okay, we are in crank flip mode. Oh yeah, I actually do a lot of crank flips. Let's see here. He's still in here? Been awesome watching you, man. I followed you, so oh, for sure, man. Peace out, bro. Okay, now I need to get back. That's the other thing I kind of, man, I have to like mod my bike just to do this trick. Which is kind of not cool. I literally have to do two, I guess it's not that much, it's just 2 mods I have to do, but. What other stuff is I'm going to try and learn? And I guess I could do, man, it seems like more people are doing the gym stuff. I'm actually really glad. More people are doing the health and fitness stuff. It's good. And when I first started doing it, it was like there's like 50 people on the stream, or not in the section. Buddy. Yeah, buddy. Dude, that was awesome, buddy. Oh my god, you're crazy, dude. Oh, dude, there's so many people just grinding every single day. It's hard to keep up with all you guys, man. You guys are crazy. This is kind of another reason why I don't like going on Instagram so much. All you guys are just grinding, bro. Every single day, dude. You got people grinding every single day. Basically. What was I gonna do? Oh, let's see here. I already just switched my bike up. I feel like I gotta like... Let's do some, funky chickens? Maybe let's do some, no-handed backyards. Remember when I was trying to grind for that trick? Oh my goodness. I have only landed one sketchy one. I've kind of given up on this trick. Just too hard. It's just too inconsistent, man. I don't know why I can't do it. Undertaker to Jerry, too. Oh, come on. Dude, that trick feels crazy, man. I haven't done one in a while, so that trick feels insane to do. Ah! At least I can kind of get into it now. I guess my muscle memory is kind of kept with it in that regard. But let's see if I'm doing it in the right angle, just in case I land it. Is this the right angle? There's one I got into. Oh yeah, it is the right angle. Dude, this trick is gnarly, bro. Holy moly, bro. I really need to learn this trick. I kind of forgot just how gnarly it looks. It's just so hard to land. That's the only problem. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, shnikes. You know what? Maybe I should learn that other ride out like better. That's probably actually how I should learn this trick. Yeah, let's watch some Austin Augie. Austin Augie. What's Austin Augie doing? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Listen to Austin. You guys can watch Austin. Dude, I haven't done one of these ride-outs in so long. Oh!
Incredibly lucky because she's the most gorgeous woman in the world, and
it's not easy to curate something. So anytime I take a hiatus from this, and I think that's why in the past these videos kind of like fell off, and I got really like discouraged because I've been, yeah, it's just a weird. My brain works weird in that regard. So, but this is the week of Down on the Streets. If you're new to this channel or new to the BMX scene, Down on the Streets is a yearly contest that I throw in association with Dig BMX. And we got a lot of
hard to go in a
sponsors this
circle.
year. It's a 3-day event, and there's a lot to get done. Well, not a lot, just I have to make the suitcase trophy. I need to get the $5 grand cash out to give away. There's more money in PayPal for the prize purse of this event. At this moment of my life, there's more money for the prize purse event than I have in my bank account, which I find kind of funny. I'm giving away more than I have. I just think it's gonna be funny to look back.
I'm gonna learn how to ride like that in here.
It's pretty wild. But yeah, a lot of the guys are getting into town now. The Sabrosa team's here, and I would love to show them around a little bit and just kind of ride with a different crew. And anytime you ride with a different crew in New York City, it's always kind of a different experience. And I do enjoy that aspect of things. So this is going to be today's entry, today's video. If you guys are going to be in the New York East Coast area, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of this week, 19th, 20th, and 21st, this is going to be the biggest BMX event I think New York City's ever seen, and it's going to be pretty insane. The spots are insane, the crews are going to be insane, the team's coming, the riders. So keep an eye out and please come. If you're not going to come, I'll be documenting and putting a video out every day until the end of Down on the Streets. So expect videos every day from there on out. Kind of documenting this progress of this event and seeing what it turns out to be.
Is that it? I need to eat something. We need to eat. Ah. Go back. Turn this on. That. Put it down here. I trying to learn? Funky chickens. Let's do some funky chickens. I'm not living in the city, otherwise we would be doing some crazy streams outside, but okay. But I guess no, we wouldn't be streaming outside because I'm on the internet. So. And I actually want to watch these, but I'm going to put them right here. I guess I'm just going to listen to them, so. Darn. I do want to watch it. Oh well. I'll just listen to it. I guess you guys can watch it if you want to. Well,
It's about 85 degrees outside right now. I'm in a tank top and shorts, and we're heading to 14th Street Union Square to start out today's episode. It's a much requested one. Much requested episode. Very beautiful. Look at this guy on the bike.
That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna do
It has to be the weather that brings out the characters of New York City. I don't know if you guys ever seen that meme on Twitter where the guy has like the bikini top on and he sings like "Love Everybody." I'll try to find the video and insert it right here.
Yo, just accept yourself. That's right. Together. Get excited.
But that was that guy back there dancing around and spreading joy and love, and you gotta have a lot of gold to walk around in that thing and talk to people, and just a lot of gold, a lot of confidence. We also have the heavy Christian guys out right now, and girls. They're always out here when it's above 70 degrees. They're always singing and promoting happiness, and this is like my favorite time of New York. It's my favorite time to be out here. It's like a different smell, it's a different vibe. Everyone's out. Everyone seems to have a smile on their face. There are a couple people out here that don't look too happy, but for the most part, everyone is pretty happy when it's sunny in New York City. But today I'm doing a much requested video. Now, if you guys have followed this channel for a long time, you know that I have done BMX bicycle deliveries. That's actually how I got my start on YouTube. This is probably my #1 most requested video, and I kind of want to thank you guys, and I want to go out and just explore the city on this 80-degree day, actually 86-degree day, and just have a day. Deliveries and BMX, which the best way to see the city, I would say, if you're a BMX rider, is to do deliveries, because you find spots, you see things that you don't usually see on a day-to-day basis. So with that, I have converted, you know what, I think I filmed some this morning. you guys are familiar with what Postmates is, it's kind of like Uber, but for deliveries. I can pick up anything from clothes to food to tampons to the morning after pill. I've pretty much done it all. Pinata. And we're gonna see what I pick up today.
Ah, damn it. That's kind of hard.
First delivery of the day. It's a place called By Chloe's. Super famous out here in New York City. It's like all vegan. We gotta go about 4 or 5 blocks. Not too big of a delivery.
I don't know if that's even doable, honestly. Windshield wiper to fire hydrant? I thought it would be doable.
Global One, Castrol, Valvoline, Pennzoil, or Ram, and the right filter for one low price.
Alright, first delivery complete. $4. That's pretty much all I made from that. It was only 3 or 4 blocks. I am now in the freight elevator because I had my bike and I forgot my bike lock.
Oh, yeah, I was learning creek squeaks. I forgot.
Sucks, man.
Delivery. Second delivery of the day. I have $109 worth of vaporizers. I got mint, strawberry, tobacco flavored. It's kind of like a Juul, but like a little bit different. I don't know. I don't know where we have to go either. I just picked up $109 worth of Vicks vapors. And after I purchased it, they canceled the order. The guy inside says he's not going to be able to return these. So I have $109 worth of vaporizers, and I can't do anything with them until Postmates gets a hold of me. So if you guys are a fan of Vicks vapors, get a hold of me, because I have $109 worth of it. Ah, look who it is.
Leave me hanging or
I
what?
would leave you hanging on Mr. Broadway Kosher Restaurant. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna finish up this last delivery. Since Pans is here, I figured he could follow behind me, maybe film a little bit, and then afterwards maybe we'll go shred or something. I don't know, but I do have one more delivery we're gonna take care of. I did plan on doing a little bit more, but now that Pans is here, you know, things are taking a turn. We're at the Mr. Broadway's Kosher Restaurant. Oh, my goodness.
I've never been in New York.
We're not going nowhere. It's a done. It's a done.
Fire hydrant to freak screen. No, hang it. Wait, I have to tow this brake pad in.
Between here, and we're taking a time lapse on the GoPro. This is the problem with the GoPro.
We gotta get juice. We gotta get juiced up. Oh, it's missing.
Juiced up? All right, we're rolling here, we're rolling there. 1 second. Go, man. Just past the red carpet. I feel like we have to get a photo on it. Ready? We were mobbing. Right back dancing. What's the house number? 6. She complained. She's like, I didn't get my french fries with this burger. I was like, listen, girl, didn't say no french fries on that burger, so I got you when you ordered. She's huffing hair duster at the subway, bro.
I didn't even know they still sold that stuff.
Now, I'm not going to make any promises, because when I usually make these promises, I don't really follow through with them. But I'm going to try my best to do more videos like today. Maybe a little bit more deliveries. I only did like 3 today, I think. and I met up with Panza, and all that stuff works out. But it was fun. It was an enjoyable day. But right now, I must leave you. I must say goodbye and good night because I have a dinner date, and I'm excited. I'm stoked.
5 years ago. Mm-hmm. That's maybe how I can learn it. Huh. Wait a minute. How do I? It's a hard trick to learn. How does it go in a circle like that? What the heck? I'm actually really surprised I landed that. It seems like a lot of people learn the hitchhiker backwards. Huh. That's strange. Oh, shnikes. I forgot about that trick. Dude, I forgot about, what's it called? Swivels. I wonder if you could do a swivel to backyard. Huh. Swivel the backyard. That's so cool. Dude, I haven't done one in so long. Oh, you can do it! Dude, there's a new combo I learned. Check it. watch this.
Okay, and now.
I'm trying to watch it too, but I know like I could just throw it up on here.
Relatively straight arms, and I'm going to try and keep your
Just
back
listen to it.
nice and straight, and do big squat positions with your legs. So you're going to drive down with your arms, but you're also going to be doing deep squats with your legs. And I want you to imagine, I don't know if you've been skiing before.
Not scared. Snowboard.
Snowboard? Yeah, it's not like snowboard. I'm also a snowboarder, so it doesn't help me.
I'm gonna use some swirls.
So imagine you are pulling the handles back behind you and throwing them behind you, but you're going to use your whole body to generate that movement. Now, can you keep your arms straight? This relates to actually something that we're going to do later as well. So can you use your whole body to pull those handles back without bending your arms? It's going to be a head game thing here.
And squat at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Brilliant. How does that feel?
Yeah. No, it's like different.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's a coordination thing, but it's also informed by every muscle in your body.
I used to be able to do this trick.
Amazing. So, thinking
I
about
lost it.
what you learned on there with how we use every muscle in our body to generate force, not just our biceps, we're going to relate that to what we do downstairs. I'm going to do just 2 more glute waking up exercises as well, because we're going to do a lot of hip lifting when we're on wall 2. I would like you to lay on your back, and we're just going to do a couple of back bridge exercises. So pushing, first of all, through your heels. I want you to try and do a little bit of a pelvic tilt. So you're going to tilt your hips and try and engage your deep core. Lovely. Now, can you continue that lift up through your hips? Imagine I'm pulling your belly button up with a piece of string. Brilliant. Now, from there, you stabilise enough on one foot to lift one leg out in front of you. You might have to slightly shimmy your foot. Brilliant. So what I'm looking for here is, can you keep your hips nice and level? So if you imagine there is a spirit level on your hips, lovely, and relax down. Cool. So, I want you to remember that feeling, and we're going to go down to the technique board and put that into practice. Okay. So, we're going to have a look at the same test that we did before we even started with your profile and stuff. So, initially I was looking at, if I give you a challenge on this, just climb around it, use the terminology, your path of least resistance, what do you choose to climb, and how do you naturally move? We're going to do that again now. I know we haven't done any work together since our last one, so I'm not expecting miracles from the few tips I gave you last time, but we're going to look at, are you using bicep abuse? Are you placing your feet accurately? And what is your key goal move? This is already better than the last time. You did say you've been aware of it.
Well, whenever I circuit board now, I'm like, I think about my arms a lot more.
The key is that awareness. Like, if you have that thing in your mind that says, am I over pulling? Cool, rest on that. How does that feel? Yeah. How do your arms feel? Is there any pump? Do you feel like there was any bicep abuse there? Or are you quite relaxed?
I feel like there was, but I feel fairly relaxed.
So, in terms of your choice of like the order in which you're moving, it's in those order now. So we talked a little bit about feet, hips, hands, and how you set your base before you move your hips and your hands over it.
Yeah.
And you're starting to do that really nicely. So something that you can even do low down on the wall here as part of advanced warm-up is practice the bucket theory whilst your feet are still on the ground. You can also practice setting your base up. So I do this with a lot of my clients as part of their warm-up. Get them to just swing around, warming up the hips, and just practicing setting the feet first. And you'll soon realise when you're on the floor, if you're doing this and leaving your base behind, it's really awkward. So it's a really nice warm-up drill. Set the base, then feet, hips, hands. Feet, hips, hands. Sure.
Yeah, I find that I will get a bit ahead of myself on my arms and often do quite a like awkward foot stuff
Yeah.
to bring my feet up to speed.
So that's what we're going to talk about a lot more today. And that's what I've noticed.
Dude, you can do it.
On the story that you put out about the white.
You can do a swivel to backyard.
It's a really hard move. Like, I totally agree that it's actually nails to hold. The only way that I managed to do the move was setting my base so far underneath me that when I came into the match, I could fall straight into the left hand. And it was really cool to kind of put that into place. That's like, I think it's going to work. What we were doing there is practicing the rock overs. So that's staying on the inside edge, bringing the center of gravity over the machine.
Personalized service review.
nice example of this on here is if I was reaching to that purple one and I went for my default method of rocking over, it's quite a powerful move. So if I do the same, exactly the same idea, I drop the pin, it then becomes an effortless twist.
Bro,
So
I gotta learn that.
that's what this lovely pyramidal upside down body, as I now like to call it, because it actually, check this out, I realised this at 5 o'clock this morning. It's just my logo upside down. So, using this base theory, I want you to try and do some drop
What
knees.
about?
Placing your feet in the kind of optimal, stable pyramid position, either side of the hand. So that's what this drawing is all about. I'm trying to encourage people to set the base in order to use the whole body and not have to bend and use biceps abuse in this shape. Have a little play on that. I want to see naturally what your body will do when it's trying to achieve a
That's hard.
drop knee position.
Let's do some Undertakers.
If you were to use this back
Since they're climbing. Oh no, I want to film it though if I start doing it.
Right, so if I was to try and use
So go left foot on the high yellow one. Cool, so what's the natural default is?
Kind of something I wanted to watch more and listen to. I wanted to learn Undertakers to Geriators. Undertakers to the Geriators. Undertakers to the Geriators. Oh no, my shoe's falling apart. Ewok. Ewok. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Undertakers. Here, I haven't landed an Undertaker in a while. So let's land an Undertaker. Maybe I'll get one highlight for today. Oh, come on. Dude, I am not good at this trick. Ah, come on. Did I break something? Where? Not done. Ah, you gotta like really commit. You can't stall it out. You have to like really commit. Oh, come on. Oh, something went off. Come on. This is one trick I wish I had a smaller frame. It's harder with a big frame. Ah, come on. Maybe I could. Yeah. Why is this trick? Why are all these tricks so weird? They're so inconsistent. Like they're just not good at it. Oh, you really gotta just. I haven't landed one in so long. crank's moved. I mean, I guess if I was going to go for a gyro, it doesn't matter, right? That's what I ultimately want to get into. Let's see here, how close was I? Okay, okay. Bro, it's like full extend, man. On a flatline bike, it's way easier. Way easier. I need a mod my bike for this thing. Hey, Lumba. I'm gonna mod my bike more.
Yeah, that's totally normal, and this is not unusual by any means, but I want you to see what would you have to do with your body in order to keep that lifting arm straight. There's quite a few different pieces of this puzzle, but I want you to see what you can problem solve. Keep the left hand on, get back into your same drop knee position, but think about what we did on the ground earlier and see what happens if you engage through the shoulder here, but keep the arm straight, and then lift through your glutes in the way that we did in that bridge earlier. You've got to really need to push. Yeah. Lovely. So it goes from being isolating a small muscle group to keeping this straight as a lever and using all the big muscles in your body to lift you up and pivot around that arm.
Get into position. Crank the arm.
Yeah. Which is really commonly needed in climbing, especially for shorter climbers, because quite often we do need to pull that extra bit to reach through. But my theory is if you learn to climb as efficiently as possible and you drill in movement patterns that aren't waste energy, then when you do need that last little crank at the end, you're not pulling right from the start of the movement, you're getting as much efficiency through the chain, and then that last little pull might be necessary to reach the hole. But it's quite often not if you set your feet in the right position. This is something that we can spend literally a month. Some of my clients I work with this for a month until they get dark, so it's not something I'm expecting you to be able to flick together in 5 minutes. But there are two key pieces of this puzzle that we haven't looked at yet. The pivoting arm and the steering arm. Now when you took this steering arm off the wall, that's when you started to really struggle to not bend the arm. Because here, you were like, how am I going to generate movement to there? Even if I drop my knee, how am I going to get to that hold? There are two little pieces that can help here. This steering hand can help you draw your left hip into the wall, which is then going to take some of the strain off the glutes and help you engage them in that position to then lift up. So what I want you to do is imagine that this is a lever. We can pivot around levers, but when they break, it's very hard to move around. So this becomes effortless when we're pivoting around on a lever, and it's going to help you steer the hip in to then engage through the glutes, do what we were doing on the ground earlier. Give it another go and be aware of what that left hand is doing. Lovely. Cool, really strong. So that purple is actually quite far away from us. So to get the last little bit, you did do a tiny bend. I actually set all the yellows for our height. I do sort of combination. So like if Nathan was doing, for example, he'd come to me and do purples because they're set to you. So if you do the same movement, let's go hover 2, 3 above the yellow. That's how I would train that. So to really think about your glutes, think about engaging through the shoulders, be lovely. Cool. So can you feel how we tried to relate the movement that you were learning upstairs with something on the wall? But if you get into a habit of using every muscle in your body rather than just your biceps, this whole chain is so strong. And this is, you're used to walking around your legs all day, but you can climb using the big muscles that are already full of strength and endurance. These little guys, they've got everything left in the tank for that crux of whatever you need to do when it comes to it. Yeah. So one of the really important things when you're learning to practice these drills, I didn't actually have to go through it much with you because your footwork's already really good, but a key area that people miss is the ability to pivot from the inside edge to the outside edge while they're dropping. That's part of the chain that if you lose it at that moment, the rest of the movement's not going to happen. So for example, if I place my left foot badly and I try and do a drop knee, I'm not able to rotate my ankle, I'm not able to get my knee in, and I'm going to push my own foot off the wall. So how I initially place that foot is essential to be able to rotate the ankle round, and then in turn drop the knee and drop the hips. I've added another element to the puzzle. I want you to try and think here as well. Straight lines through the hips. Nice. And you're always pushing back on that foothold. You're generating like a bridge-like stability. Lovely. Cool. Now the difference between a drop knee when we've got two footholds involved. This is kind of our ideal scenario because you're able to generate quite a lot of push and stability through those 2 feet. Our ideal situation really is that pyramid. Yeah. So if you were to stand like this and I pushed you over, beautiful. You stand like this, less likely to fall. Exact stability relates to climbing. If we do only have one foothold available though, that's when we have to start looking at flags. So that's what this dotted line here is for. We're going to imagine now that we've only got this foothold. So we're going to have to counterbalance and move further out to the side with a flag and leg to generate that same level of stability, but still we're engaging through the shoulder, keeping the arm straight and then lifting through the glutes. And I want you to see if you can hold above that yellow hold there. Imagine the flagging toe is holding a bit of paper against the wall. That's the level of engagement I want. And squeeze the glutes. Even straighter lines through the body. If you get this leg straight, you can get your left ankle close to the wall. You see how you're on your inside edge still? So how do we get outside edge? Yeah. And now squeeze the glutes. Straighten that left leg a little bit more. There we go. And then how close can we get that? Good effort. Now, push through the toe, straighten out the right leg. Yeah, good. Squeeze everything, lock it into place, hover, and hold. Lovely. Cool. So can you feel how that engagement through the flag and toe is what locks together a similar feeling that we're getting to the drop knee, but when we've only got one foot hold? That contact with the toe is really important there. Same theory applies though. Pivoting arm, steering arm, hip engagement, all the same principles apply, you've just got one foot hold. So the last thing now, so we've done drop knees, we've done outside edge flags. Now let's have a look at inside edge flag. This is actually one of my favourite techniques, and it's the one that is most underused, and I think most valuable when it's ingrained in children's practice. It's just not ingrained into it. So, effectively, you're creating exactly the same shape with your body, but doing it on a different foot. So rather than stepping our outside edge here, we're going to step our inside edge on the other leg. The other leg is going to go through, and we're still making that same engagement with the toe, and it's onto the outside edge, and we're lifting up through the body. This is where the glute work is going to really start helping. Yeah, we're threading the leg inside, engaging still through the shoulders and the core, lift up through the glutes a little bit more. We get, imagine I'm pulling a bit of string, your belly button there. Lovely. Can you feel that difference?
Yeah.
When you visualise that string, it totally changes your body position.
See, it's interesting because I would naturally, well, maybe it's not. If I look flat, I'd be like that.
Yeah.
But then on the court, it would like,
Well, that works really well if you've got a high foothold, right? So I like to think of it as inside edge, back flag, front pressure. If I was, I think there's quite a nice example of it here. If I was to choose
up this cable. I need to find something else. Darn. This is so hard to mod.
It's not an integrated group pattern, this is totally what everyone does. Let's go yellow. And now can we go high left foot, yellow or purple, and then back flank there.
Back flank maybe.
Yeah. So now
Oh,
the
use this
design
thing,
to
but I'm
pull with the
gonna have
left arm to reach the next hold is quite
Oh,
high.
wait a minute, wait a minute.
Whereas if you were to pick a lower foothold and now inside edge,
Yeah, then you kind of
yeah, so stepping through, engaging glutes, and then suddenly the hold appears.
okay.
Now see if you can do that another move. What happens if you get your right inside edge?
It ain't gonna work.
So there's your ingrained movement pattern of outside edge. So can we tell the brain, no, I want to be on my inside edge. See what happens. Any amount of footwork is totally fine. Can you take anything you like? Switch off. Okay, cool. So now, can we drive through the glutes now? This is a hard move because that foot's quite far out to the side. So you might find it easier to go up the yellow to the purple. Yeah. Now through the hips, squeeze the bum. Oh. Can you feel it lock into place when you get the sweet spot? Looks good up. That right arm. Just a tiny bit of bite using the detail. So that's totally normal in the picture.
Snuggle Super Fresh. Comfort for every moment with 5-in-1 odor elimination.
When it comes to linking them together, it's the difference in my mind between quite a complicated twisty dance and a very simple dance. I don't call that myself. If I'm doing an inside edge linked together dance, it's going to look like this. It's a really simple thing. If I'm doing an outside edge linked together dance, it looks like this. So the difference in the complexity of the move and in your tight hips, people who have got less mobility, that's really challenging. So if you look at the difference, if I do a link together of outside edge flags, it's quite challenging on my hips. It's still very efficient and effective, but for some people, that's going to be harder than a very simple dance where I'm keeping it actually quite front on and away. And for
So
me,
hard. Play
because I practiced
mod.
it quite a lot, is a lot more efficient than really having to twist through to do outside edges. See if you can give that a go. See how many moves you can link together on the inside edge flags. Proper reprogramming. Blows your mind every time. Love it. And then step the left foot straight up and drive through. Look at the
So hard. combo. You could do funky chicken to no-hander swivel to backyard. How do I get into the back to the swivel into the? Let's see. Let's try it over here. Nope. Oh my god, oh my god. At least I might have funky chicken. Funky chicken has been landed. That's the only thing I've landed today. Let's do some Shepard slinging. Actually, let me wash my hands real quick before I get into this. It don't matter. Move this just a little bit this way, and we're going to do some Shepard slinging. First tee. Was so close. Pretty good shot. I hit the tape, but dude, that was like the closest I've ever been first tee to hitting it. Like normally it takes me like 30 tries just to hit that plate. I mean, I didn't hit the plate, I hit the tape, but bro, that was a direct hit. That was the first time, that's actually the second time I've hit it twice in a row. Right here. Can I get 3 times in a row? I've never hit it 3 times in a row. Oh, darn. I need to stream mark that, man. That was 2 hits in a row. That's the second time that I've ever hit it 2 times in a row. So I'm pretty stoked on that. Stream manager, add stream marker. Okay, let's get back to it. The Shepard Sling could potentially save your life in a post-apocalyptic situation. Oh, so close. I got another ammo. Come on. Oh, darn. Look at my ammo. This ammo. Oh, I misfired. That's the problem. If you don't have it snugly in there, it misfires. Okay, right here. I've hit it 2 times so far. Dude, this is the most I've ever hit it. It's crazy. That was a good one. Can I hit it 2 times in a row? That's what I'm after now. Oh, that was so close. I gotta restart it now. I think I might even start doing it like that. I might have to do it like get 2 hits in a row and then, you know. Oh, that was so close and I just lost the ammo. Fudge. Oh, no, I have that. Come on. Ah. Now let's do it behind a shield. This is one of the things I heard that they did. They used to go behind a shield. I actually haven't hit the target with holding a shield yet. Oh darn it, get up there. Right here. I want to get a shot with the shield. It's kind of hard to like reload and stuff with it. But it looks cool. Darn, misfired. Can we see anything? It's actually kind of nice. I wonder, like, that seems like a good, actually, like, thing, because you could drop it, reload it, you know, pick it up real fast. it to me. Watch, I want to get a shot with one of these hits, man. Kind of hard to like aim with the shield. See if I can hit on the bike. I wonder how I do this. I wonder if this is. Oh, I almost hit it. I think that's the way to use it. Hit it. You can actually do it that way. That's pretty fun. I think that's the way to do it. On the side of the pegs. Oh darn, I misfired. Where'd it go? Darn it, I lost the ammo. It's like, how do I lose so... Oh, there it is. I have not ever hit the target with my bike. So close. I'm doing it like 2 feet away. That was the first time I ever hit it with my bike. I'm pretty stoked. Let's see what it looks like. That's the first one I've ever done in my life. I know it seems really janky, but I don't care. I hit it on my bike. Oh, so close. Oh, I think I lost it. Gosh, that was so close. Where'd it go? Where did it go? There it is. I found it! It's so funny. I'm wondering how hard I could hit. Like, I wonder if this would actually hurt if I hit somebody with it. I don't think it would. No. That's redundant. I hit it one time on my bike. Okay, if you want to see the headband knot, because this is also, the Shepard Sling is what I use for a headband every single day. If you want to see the headband knot, okay, so we go like this, and you make a loop. Okay, so if you want to make it the headband knot, this is the ring finger you put it in, and this is the release end. For the headband knot, there's not a how-to video on YouTube. Well, I don't think so. When I looked up a couple months ago, there wasn't, so I don't know if there is or not. There might be now, but this is the knot that I use anyway. So you want to take it, and you want to have it like this, see? And you want to make one loop over, boom, see? Like that. And you want to hold it right there. It's a very simple knot. I think it's a horse hitch or something. Quick release horse hitch. And then with this one, you want to have it on the outside right there. Then you want to make another loop around it and then hold it right here. Around the knot, around it like that. So you have two loops. This one, and then you have this one right here. And then what you want to do is you want to take this and put it diagonally right through there. Diagonally, and then you want to go and you want to swoop it over and then go through the little hole we made. Go through it like this. Boom. And you taut it like that. And tighten it up. Tighten it up. And this way you can have a quick release. Now, if you pull on these two strings, the knot goes away. What we do is you take this end, you put it through the hole, tighten it up. And you put it like on your head like this. Oh yeah, and then this end, so you can have it like a Jedi braid. It kind of looks like a Jedi braid, see? You can't rock it like that. But I think it just gets in the way, right? So what you do is you take this one, and you wrap it around, and you wrap it around your head like that, and then see how this has a tail right here? You can wrap that one around like that. And you can kind of keep your bangs out of your face too. So, and then what's the other weird thing is that the Shepard Sling reminds me of the fire whip. So there's this trick called, I always do it, right? It's called the pedal fire hydrant. And the Shepard Sling, it's so hard to get good at, right? To get accurate. And it feels exactly, maybe not exactly, but if there's one BMX trick that feels really close to a Shepard Sling, because you know how I'm like swooping it around, it's the fire hydrant. So it's this trick that it feels like you're doing a Shepard Sling when you do this trick. See how it's like you're kind of like going around? It reminds me of Shepard Slinging. I want to at least get a double. There's one. I almost got three. Come on. Ah, darn it. So close. Sadly, I wanted to at least just get a double, man. messed up right there. Let's do a rebid on that last one. Bar back. Oh man, I haven't done a bar back in a while. Oh, come on. There we go. There we go. It's time to end the stream. You doing okay?
Sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna end the stream here. Okay. Oop. Oop. Okay. I'll end the stream right here then. What are we gonna look at? He made my feet like the feet of a deer, and he set me secure on the heights. Psalms 18, verse 33. Remember the centaurs. I like centaurs. Remember the centaurs. Okay. I think we're out of here. We are out of here. Farewell. And you know what it be. Team Hello. Him. Farewell, everybody. Farewell, travelers.